If you're someone who needs to hear this, take a breath. For those who put others first when their own world's a mess. For anyone who feels like they're near the end, this one's for you. This one's for you. Want you to take one breath, take one step, and never say never. Things will get better. Only takes one day to rewrite your fate. Know that you'll find your way. Wherever you are, I hope you're listening. I hope you're living out your life. Wherever you are, I know you'll make it. Hold on to faith and you'll survive. Wherever you are, I hope you're listening. I hope you're living out your life. Wherever you are, I know you'll make it. Hold on to faith and you'll survive. Wherever you are. Know that you'll find your way. Wherever you are. I know you'll make it. Wherever you are. If you're someone who'll take the fall to save someone else, and nobody even knows that you're suffering yourself. For anyone whose pain always hurts like hell, this one's for you. This one's for you. Want you to take one breath, take one step, and never say never. Things will get better. Only takes one day to rewrite your fate. Know that you'll find your way. Wherever you are, I hope you're listening. I hope you're living out your life. Wherever you are, I know you'll make it. Hold on to faith and you'll survive. Wherever you are. Wherever you know that you'll find your way. Wherever you are. Wherever you are.
Welcome, one and all, to this beautiful, beautiful Monday evening. Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're having a good night and your weekend wasn't too short. Hopefully your Father's Day went well. To all the dads out there, no matter what kind, thank you for everything you do. I appreciate you. Thank you for not giving up. I have some new additions to the stream. If you're watching, I've got a bunch of new stuff hanging. I hung up all your letters. I hung up all your cards, everything you guys sent me. I have Cottrell's Dice Tower hanging out and the bobblehead that I opened. Thank you so much for each and every one of you stopping in for that incredible stream. That was amazing.
Roll for shenanigans.
Yeah, I do have it on standby just in case. I got a 6. It's just a note. We got a note. Never gonna give you up. Yeah. Can't believe you found this. You're an asshole. I have not yet, Risley. I'll be honest. I have been embracing.
I'm a classy lady, sir. You find yourself on the street corner.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I have been embracing my agoraphobia this weekend. I think the last time I left the house was Saturday. I went to the post office. That was like 11 p.m. or yeah, 11 a.m. on a Saturday. I don't, and then I didn't leave the apartment. Yeah. Just what uniform? I don't know if I don't no it doesn't. I don't think it does. Oh shit, does it? Oh, it's stuck. Yep. Doesn't quite get through. Houston, we have a problem. Okay. Got it. It doesn't quite make it through, control. Doesn't quite make it through. Need to get out and take a ride somewhere. I can't. I have my son for the next few days until Thursday. I have my son for the next few days until Thursday evening, and then I will be without him for approximately a week and a half.
Guys, if you don't slow the fuck down, I'm gonna kick your
Dude,
kneecaps
listen,
in.
he saw a picture.
Tiny legs and a
Shut
fucking
up, Chris.
margarita.
You don't gotta call me out like
Smash
that.
the fuck out of that.
Bach Tua.
You ain't gotta call me out like
Devour
that.
chicken.
However,
I just realized what I've been saying for the past nobody clipped that.
comma, yes, I see that there are more shenanigans on the way. How many puddings have I eaten? None, in fact. I've only had 2 pieces of cake. In fact, that's what I had for dinner today. Because I'm a fat ass and I feel like it. All the pudding went in the pantry. I'm going to figure out how to turn it into a pie for my son. And no, I have not, Scar. I have not. But yeah. You need protein for dinner. It's got milk in it. That's protein, right? So, yeah. At least I'm honest. So, anyways, I kind of have been embracing my agoraphobia and have not been leaving the apartment much. But oh, so that's what I was going to talk about. Freaking I ordered the chair that I had on standby sitting there. I saw it. I saw it, Radio Mafia. I ordered the chair that I had on standby that was waiting, and because of all of you amazing people who showed up and showed out, it changed my plan and made it so that I can move my plans forward instead of having to wait 2, 3, possibly 4 months. It is currently on the way. Which chair? Show us. Hangy. Oh, no, wait, that's my book. Hang on. You motherfuckers. Are you serious? Dude, I had a piece of cake. I'm fine. That was protein. That was, okay. I did not get the brand new Evo Nanogen because it is brand new and they're still researching the fabric. However, comma, I went with the latest gen because there's more options. So here's what we did. I chose the extra large size because I'm a fat ass. And then I went down and they've got a whole bunch of options here. You can, black, pink, purple, white, but then there's like custom Secret Lab special kind. I almost went with The Witcher. I almost went with The Cyberpunk because yes, both of those games are huge in my life, but I just can't do the yellow, and I feel like I don't know. Then there was Monster Hunter, and of course, the Warhammer one, I believe, just came out. But when I was scrolling and looking, I stopped. And I just couldn't pass it up. I just couldn't pass it up. The fact is, this was a huge part of my childhood and teenage years. And then later on, I wasn't allowed to read the books or watch the movies, but later on I was. They literally have a Gryffindor Hogwarts on the back. It has the Marauders map. And it says, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. And then mischief managed at the bottom. And then under the Hogwarts is a brain. Nope, that's Game of Thrones. Under the Hogwarts is the motto of Gryffindor. The motto of Gryffindor. And it literally... The motto of Gryffindor in Latin is "Do not tickle sleeping dragons." So that's the one I chose. And then I got the recliner because, you guys had that recliner chosen for the other one. And then the add-on, I got the memory foam lumbar pillow that is designed to go with the chair that literally has the logo for Gryffindor. So I've got all the bells and whistles. And the best part is, with the money you guys collected for the first chair, I will be able to pay off one of my debts, lower this, and I'm going to be paying monthly a lower payment for the chair and be in something ridiculously comfortable. Yes, I did get the rollerblade wheels. That's a school motto? I thought it was the Gryffindor motto. Oh no, the Gryffindor motto is Forty Animo Esto, which translates be of good courage or stay strong of heart. Gotcha. The Hogwarts motto is do not tickle sleeping dragons. You're right. I done fucked up at Aaron. But regardless. Anyways, that is the school motto. Yes, but I got the rollerblade wheels, I got the recliner, I got everything, all the bells and whistles on it, and it'll be a lower payment monthly than what I'm currently paying because you guys collected for my birthday, and yeah, can't expect much. Hey, we're brave, not smart. You want a smart person? Go to Ravenclaw. You want someone who's going to run headfirst into danger and be an egotistical, narcissistic piece of shit? Call it Gryffindor. Assassin's Creed Edition? Dude, yes. I'm Ravenclaw. See? There you go. There you go. Slytherin. See, I think there's a bunch of misconceptions about the houses of Hogwarts. Everybody thinks like Slytherin, oh, they're evil, they're maniacal, they're cunning and cruel. Not true. Not true. Slytherin, yes, is cunning and intelligent. They'll like find a way around the problem. Okay? It's not that they're evil. They're just, they use intelligence and grift instead of strength and head first into fucking danger. Gryffindor, they're brave, they're strong, they're other adjectives. Not smart. Not that smart. And then Ravenclaw are the ones that are going to flip the book open and be like, well, you see. Oh, no, Lita's a Slytherin. I've already had her take the test. Good night, Iron. Thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate you. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day. Focus on the positive, disregard the negative, and keep being awesome. They are insert adjective. Insert adjective. Yeah, they're not the brightest crayons in the pool. They're Hufflepuffs. So here's the other misconception about Hufflepuffs. Hufflepuffs, number one, we all know because they're the cooks and the snack people. But if you piss them off, Hufflepuffs are the most dangerous. Like Slytherin will stab you in the back. Gryffindor will punch your face in. Ravenclaw will beat you over the head with a book. Hufflepuffs will destroy your life. They are, yeah, they're the most dangerous. Aren't they the Badgers? Yes, they are the Badgers. Yeah, they're the Badgers. Horticulture. They like their plants and their herbs and their seasoning. Anyways, but yes. Talking about shitty Star Wars. J.K. Rowling didn't make something independent or original. She just made shitty Star Wars. Yes, she did. No, see, yes, you're right. There are different kinds of badgers, but I'm just saying. Anyways, okay, so tonight, we're getting slightly off topic. I told you guys what I did with the Father's Day and my birthday stuff, which, yeah. Operation Pudding is over. Officially, Operation Pudding is over. It has been ended. I have been notified that there are certain things that are going to be coming in slowly, and it happens. Stuff got ordered a little bit late to the game. Stuff got packaged. It will come in slowly. I promise to open it on stream as I get it. But Operation Pudding has officially mission accomplished. That's not funny, Gandalf. And yes, Mac Chef, I am sure. Yeah, yes, I am sure. What is Operation Pudding? Child of the King? I have no idea. I have no idea what Operation. And no, I'm not the leader of Operation Pudding. I'm just the recipient.
Oh my god, I just thought of a soundbite for Lita.
Guys, if you don't slow the fuck down, I'm gonna kick your kneecaps in. I got tiny legs and a frozen margarita.
I'd smash the fuck out of that.
Bok to
I would devour that chicken.
Target is. Mm-hmm.
I just realized what I've been saying for the past, nobody clipped that.
Dude, no. Fucking Jesus Christ. Anyways, so Operation Pudding has been finished. Mission accomplished. Great job. You guys are absolutely incredible. Thank you so very much. As stuff winds down, because yes, I know my birthday is coming. That's a completely other. That was my birthday celebration, okay? Yes, my birthday is coming. That was my birthday. Okay. Thank you. It seriously means the absolute world to me. Thank you. But Operation Pudding was a success. Mission accomplished. You got me to shed eye water on stream. Again. It's done. Anyway. Anyways, the chair is supposedly getting here on Wednesday, which is funny enough, my birthday. Lita has already notified me that there's going to be something coming for my son on my birthday, which is awesome, honestly. He is absolutely ecstatic for the squirrels. He was playing with the big one that I fixed. And then I have a little one hanging out right here. You can see his tail. I need to move it over a little bit. But anyways. But yeah, stuff is happening. Oh, that's awesome. Happy freaking birthday. Thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate you. That's awesome. No, we're not going to have a... Anyways, oh, and yes, I got my cables organized. Did everybody see my cable organization? I feel proud that I got my cables organized. Did everyone see my cable organization? See? Cable organization. Look at it. Just pay no attention to the surge protector over here and everything. But yeah, cable organization. Aren't you proud? Oh, thank you, Gandalf. See? It's all cleaned up and organized and velcroed and zip tied. And it's all like laying in the actual cable tray where it's supposed to go. And there's the clip-on, the bolt-on power bank. The thing that Mech Chef sent. So it's all organized. It's all neat and put away. And how long will it last? I'm not touching it. Graceful, I am never touching it ever again. Ever. Fucking ever. I'm never touching it again. It's really good you guys can't see my desk right now because I have so many trinkets and doodads and baubles and knickknacks and just everything. It's bad. Ducky, long fucking time. Never. This is never happening again. Pre-built or no build. Sorry, not sorry. I am not building my own PC. It's Photoshop fake news. Fuck off. I'm not going to build my own PC. I will. Yeah, that's. I'm never building another PC. Never, ever, fucking ever. I refuse. Anyways, so we're going to be getting into a game tonight called The Root Trees Are Dead. This game was recommended to me because it's like a 90s mystery solving togetherness and we can all do it together. Is the Mary Jane figurine? You can't. Oh yeah, she's holding my phone right now. And she's been joined by others. She's been joined by a number of others. Hey, it's all good, Tom. Thank you so much for stopping in. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day. Focus on the positive, disregard the negative. Keep being awesome and get some rest. I know I am late on getting started on the East Coast. I'm trying to figure out a schedule where I can start more early on the weekends, but it's going to happen. The ETA on Kick. The ETA on Kick is soonish. What is going on with my camera? Why am I buffering? Why does my camera keep on freezing? Does my camera keep on freezing for you guys? Is my camera freezing for everyone? Okay. Why is my camera freezing? There it is again. What the fuck is going on? Oh, I think I know what happened. Gonna reset that. Okay, I'm gonna slow down the bit rate a little bit and see if I'm not going too fast for it. I think I might have accidentally set it to Alexa, turn the chicken on. Alexa, turn the chicken off. You guys could have been in control of that. You guys could have been in control of that. All it took was one person. All it took was one person. As a nightlight. How cute. Oh, Lord. Anyways, hopefully that fixes the problem. We'll see what happens. But, Jesus. Babe. Chicken ass nightlight. Not risking Lita's wrath. Nope. Okay. Choppy. Is it still choppy? Is it still choppy? I might have to, I'll figure that out at a later point. Oh, for, who was asking about Kick? I'm a classy lady, sir. You find yourself another street corner. For what? Would you be able to raid you again since YouTube doesn't allow for that? They do allow for that, but it's a different kind of thing. Kick. I am hoping to get on Kick. I'm actually planning on doing it by Thursday, if not earlier. I am planning on getting on Kick by latest Thursday night, if not earlier. I need to do a dry run, and I need to make sure that everything is running properly and working. But I am planning on being over there, and that. So here's the great thing about Kick. Fine. Here's the great thing about Kick. It is a dedicated streaming service. It's a dedicated streaming service. Bam, bam. What's up, Crowdly? System is powerful enough to handle multi-stream. It's basically baby Twitch. Yes, basically. They're still working on a bunch of the integration. They're still working on a bunch of the stuff to get it up and running the way that other streaming services are, but it is basically a baby Twitch dedicated streaming service. The best thing about it, I'm planning on having everything working over there that currently works on YouTube, plus some extras. Why don't you do a dry run today? Because it's not set up right now. And I would need to switch over a whole bunch of stuff. I would need to fix a number of things. It's not a push button thing, Chris. I wish it was, but it's not. It's not a push button thing. But regardless, I'm planning on being over there at the latest Thursday, if not earlier. So once I do get set up over there, there will be announcements, there will be dry runs, there will be a way to. Now, unfortunately, Waffles is not coming back until I get back on Twitch, if that ever happens, because that's the other thing that I was looking into. With the severity of my, they don't call it a ban, they call it, what's it called on Twitch? It's not a ban. Suspension, thank you.
I'm more scared of Lita than I am of the Nightlight Ginger.
Wow, Cottrell, thank you for the dono to call me names. Oh, Lord. Indefinite suspension, yes. Because of the severity of my indefinite suspension, I may never get my account back. I may never get my account back on Twitch. I may never be allowed on Twitch again in this capacity. From what I have read on Reddit, which is to be taken with a grain of salt, on top of everything with Twitch is up for interpretation, I may never get my Twitch back, which means Waffles the Squirrel is not coming back, which means the giveaways through Fourth Wall ain't coming back. There's a whole bunch of stuff. So, yep, everything. No, not just anything, everything. I can't get any of my Trigger Fire back. I can't get Waffles back. I can't get anything that was hooked directly to Twitch that used Twitch as an authentication. Have a button that allows the light to turn on. That's a horrible idea, Ducky. That's hilarious, but that's a horrible idea. Anything affiliated with Twitch with that account might be gone permanently. So when the 30th rolls around in 2 weeks, I may be able to appeal it and I may get it back. I am still going to do a dry run on Kick. I'm still going to get it set up and ready to go, because if Twitch doesn't work out and if everything goes to shit, I'm going to give Kick a shot. Unless you set up a new account, but even that, no, that's the thing, Scar. They track my IP address. I would have to completely rebrand my entire stream. I can't use Cynical. I can't use logos. I can't use my starting video. I can't use anything that was affiliated with the Cynical brand. SYNICL3 is gone. I would have to completely change everything. Oh, Crowley, there's been people on Twitch that have done way worse than that. Way worse. And they keep their accounts because reasons, whatever. Different account that authenticates through those apps. And there's my camera still being choppy. Hang on, give me a second. I don't know. I'll see if I can figure it out later. Yeah. Possibly, Chris. I'm not sure. Ducky already changed it. I already throttled it back a little bit to allow it to be more steady. And the funny thing is, it says I'm not dropping frames, but for some reason, I'm still. I don't know. Regardless, whatever happens, no matter what, y'all will be kept up to date on what happens. I will try to involve everyone on the choices, on what happens, where I go from here. But I will continue to put out the best content possible for each and every one of you. So thank you for the continued faith and the support and love you guys drop on me, because it gives me the motivation to keep on going. Thank you. Let's get into the game. Holy sound. Okay. So this is called The Root Trees Are Dead. I have... Oop, nope, we're gonna shut that down. Off subject, but I have been hunting for Pokemon IRL for days. Goddamn, Scar. Dude, this smooth jazz is Borderlands 4. Yes, I did. I've seen it, and I'm excited for it. I am absolutely stoked. I am stoked for Borderlands 4. I said Stretch. Stretch is hunting for the Pokemon. Cottrell, I saw the Borderlands 4 mode. Mystery begins here. Mystery will unlock once you finish. There's another mystery. No more talk, only jazz. Apparently there's... Oh, God, that loading. That loading throws me back. Driving from home to city of Frederick. Okay, Gore. Get legal.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is
Holy
now
shit.
a private jet of the Root Tree Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a
What's it called when they record someone real and then...
were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottree and his daughters, the
FMV?
Roottree sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
Yep. Okay. We're just jumping right into it, I guess. Hi.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Root Tree Company's lawyers are scrambling.
Who just opens the door and then stands there on the doorstep talking about... Okay.
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
Oh, geez. Okay. Well, makes sense, Gore.
I've heard you're an expert.
Hopefully
at
everything
sorting
turns out
out
okay.
complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were.
Genealogy genie, really?
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
What if I don't pass the test? Complete the family tree of the Root Tree sisters. Siblings are in birth order, oldest to youngest. Sleuth. Okay. Well, okay, we can. The person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the. Is anyone else like thrown off by the smooth jazz? The smooth jazz is smooth. This was taken during the shoot for the Root Tree Sisters Got Milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize your name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a root tree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." Okay, so we have 3 sisters. And we have... This list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. I have to fill out... What? I have to fill... Who names a child Miracle, let alone Miracle Jr. and Miracle the Third? That's just okay. List of names. Got it. Lots of names. Okay. No. Holy shit. Welcome to the information superhighway. Thanks for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. Oh my god. Holy shit. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer, or burn a music CD to listen to later. Holy shit. If you want to revisit a search history, be sure to use Netscape's. Is Netscape still a thing? Still a thing? Explorer's new history feature. Happy surfing, and remember, Cashew PCs are delicious. Cashew PCs are actually inevitable. Do not try to eat your computer. Just to hear that sound. Hang on. Are you ready? Are you ready again? Oh, that was painful. Holy shit. Stay off the phone. Okay, spider search. You can create notes quickly by highlighting your text with your mouse. Countless advertisements and conversations about the various. Most articles mention Carl Roottree, who was president of Roottree Company. His daughters are also eulogized, collectively referred to as the Roottree sisters. A lot of obituaries that focus on the Root Tree sisters' modeling careers. You can also come across an unofficial Root Tree fan site seemingly curated by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes, oops. Riley is a smart one. Rose is a middle child like me. You might think they're rich just because. Okay, so Rhina, Riley, and Rose. Rhina, Riley, and Rose. Riley, Rhina. Interestingly enough, where is Rose? Nicole, Penelope, Brendan, Catherine, Jem. Where is Rose? Is it Rhina? Oh, Raina. Raina. Got it. The root trees are dead. Where is Rose? This is interesting. Why is... Okay. R-H-A-Y-N-A. Their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for their brand Root. I eat Root Tree candy all the time. My favorite is Maple Crisp, and try to dress in plaid Root. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. I would like to see this website. Is it possible to see the website? Or is it just going to tell me? Okay, welcome to your notepad. On each page, other than this one, you can jot down important information such as names, family, relationship, marital status, sibling count, or anything else you'd like to remember. Page titles can be renamed to make it easier to remember what you've written on each one. Highlight any text in your web browser or evidence for the quick option added to your notes. The entire contents of your notepad are saved, even if you quit the game. That is handy. Don't forget to check them when you return. Family reminders, siblings, often referred to as brothers and sisters, cousins, first cousins, second cousins, distant cousins, third cousins, but also sometimes distant cousins, people that are share the same great-great-grandparents and not the same great-grandparents. Okay. American school term, I don't know why. Okay, here. We're going to say root tree sisters. We have Raina. Rose is the middle child. Rose and R-H-I-A. Married to TMS. Okay, so Raina was married to TMS. Okay. So the oldest is Raina, root tree Raina. Middle is Rose, where the hell is Rose? Still wondering where. If someone isn't in the list of names that your employer provided, doing a deeper dive on what you learn about them will often lead to additional discoveries. A good research tip is to make note of any brand name, books, products. Okay, so lastly is Riley Root Tree. This is called The Root Trees Are Dead. It's basically a murder mystery. Well, not a murder mystery. It's a mystery married to TMS. I don't know why we're missing. It's not as popular as her older sister, but still very well known. Most of the time, they're lumped together as the Root Tree sisters. Unfortunately, the results for Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than what you're searching. Brand names, books, products, lines, and magazines that you don't recognize, and search for them. Okay, so let's go back. Root. Pretty common word. All that's check for typos. Okay. Change her name at some point? Maybe. Their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. Okay, so let's search the mom. See what comes up to with. Stumbled across an auction for a black and blue dress that's a Brenda White original. Vintage dress before Brenda became Brenda Roottree. Started designing clothes for Root. White and gold dress itself doesn't seem relevant to your search. Interesting. Brenda White. Hang on. Okay, so nothing for... Back to the sisters. Root modeling, maybe. Okay. Nope. It's weird that you... Okay. I wonder why... There's Brenda White. Okay, so she kept her maiden name? So Brenda White kept her maiden name. I wonder why. Holy president. Names, occupations, fill in the photos. Okay, so there's the sisters. I will be right back. Give me just a second, guys.
It's a new day, and nothing's really quite going your way. You got bad news that's confusing. You got sad news that you're wounded. And it feels like the worst time. You're worried and scared and not fine. You feel unprepared with no signs. But it'll be alright, you just gotta fight. What about things happen to the best of us? It seems like they should be blessed. They just might be angels here as guests, teaching us to be our best. When everything breaks at the seams, and you feel like you're losing belief. Well, damn it, you just gotta stay strong. When it all falls apart and goes wrong, when you feel let down and so lost, and it feels like you can't hold on. Well, damn it, you just gotta stay strong. 'Cause sometimes things go wrong, and one day everything's gone, but you can make it out and move on.
Okay, we're back. Okay, so the only thing that I can separate the sisters by is their ages, which I don't know how I'm gonna... I don't know how I'm gonna organize the sisters. Rose is a middle child, you might think thing average. Okay. Clothes like Riley, plaid. Okay, so Riley wears plaid. Ears pierced as rose. Riley wears plaid. Rose has her ears pierced. That means the final one is the oldest. That is Raina. Okay. Where the fuck? Andy, Carl, Carly, Clancy, Edward, Elias, Gwendolyn, Gwyn, Christina, Lauren, Marguerite. We are playing The Root Trees Are Dead, looking white. Someone with the initials TMS. Yeah, I was stuck on that too. Okay, evidence. Look for men. TMS. Last Sheridan Thomas. Thomas Sheridan. Thomas Sheridan. Thomas Sheridan. Hang on. TMS is a common abbreviation for the early 90s teen heartthrob Tommy Mark Sheridan. His first credited role as Thomas Sheridan was on a soap opera called Time Marches Onward. He skyrocketed to popularity after starring a role in the sitcom Brother Trouble. Since the end of Brother Trouble, he has often been on the cover of tabloids for his supposed drug use and more recently, his relationship with Raina Roottree. After a short engagement in 1997, she was only 19, he was 23. Okay. Married to Thomas Sheridan. Bam. Okay. Now, we still need to find I don't see Rose White. I see Brenda White. Wilson, Brenda, Tessa Green, Penelope. Okay, so as the world turns, yes, Crowley, that is the world turns. Okay, so we're still missing. That's the mom. Here's the two daughters. We're still missing Rose. Eloise. I'm of suspicions that this might be Rose. President of the candy company. Official website is unstable due to the traffic it has been receiving. However, you find a direct link to the history section that manages to work momentarily. Roottree Candy Company was founded by Elias Roottree shortly after he was married to his wife Gwyneth. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is going to get deep. Her name can't be Rose. Her name can't be Rose. His family owned a small farm called the Anderson Maple Farm. For reasons that aren't explained on the page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it's run by a president with inputs and votes from extended family. The site does mention that every president has been a direct descendant of Elias or Gwyneth, including Carl Roottree, who, despite his death, is listed as the current president. Products that put them on the map were 5 pieces, maple candies with 5 different flavors, and dipped in a crispy, crackly candy coating. Since then, they have branched out to countless other products, all of which incorporate maple in some way. Their sister company, simply titled Root, specializes in children's clothing. Primary models for Root are the Roottree sisters. Okay, so they're all models. They're all models. Her name can't be... What is up, Tiger Claw? Her name can't be Rose. Rose is a nickname? You think? You think Rose is a nickname? How would I... Make their own clothes for children from Jeffrey Paul. Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate you. You are now officially part of the new and improved Sin Squad. Welcome in. Clothing company, they make their clothes for children from toddlers to teenagers. Although their website is down, likely due to increased web traffic, you find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes towards the target audience. One of them has this to say: you've spied the Roottree sisters looking hella fly on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, or Raina. You also come across the website clothing catalog. Apparently, Root has released 2 catalogs per year every year since 1984, and Raina has appeared on almost all of them. There is only one that the webmaster considers collector's item due to enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Roottree, the Roottree sister mother and Root's head designer, appeared on the one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. The website says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with their birth name, Carly. Carly Roottree. Carly Roottree is the real name. Bam. Okay, back to the evidence. Cancel. Carly. They are correct and have been locked. We have unlocked the optional... Booyah! Oh, someone's knocking on the door.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired. The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The root trees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives. Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Okay.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable root trees.
Mods are
Notable
internet
people
janitors
are easy to find via
everywhere.
your search engine
Take a hike.
and marked with
All of you.
stars on the family tree. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Holy. Okay. Hi.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the root trees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
What? Okay, so those 3 are... Jesus. Why are we getting gold stars? Sleuth! Can I zoom out to... I would like to... Oh my god! Jesus. For the person you hired returns every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree, complete the correct name, occupation, and portrait. They will be locked in. All non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the tree helps remove the extra names and photos. Jeez. Okay, well, let's just start. Gwyneth and Elias. What do we have? Carl Roottree, Elias, and... Okay, so Carl is the current president that's dead. Elias and Gwyneth founded the company. Gwen Roottree, Red Roottree, Jim Roottree, Lauren, and Miracle Jr. Any entry on the family that belongs to someone on the list will be marked with a star. Notable Roottrees will be crossed out after they are verified and locked. This is an advertisement for 5 Piece aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that 5 Pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. Intuition. You've been in this line of work a long time. So long, in fact, you've developed a 6th sense for how useful your evidence can be.
Ginger powers. Activate. Shipmates for life.
How fucking dare you? Six sets on how numbers in the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. At the start of the search, your notables list sets off alarm bells. List of famous people that you can find via search engine. That's pretty rare to get something that useful. Best to take advantage of it. As you progress, these numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in family numbers, new discoveries will be added to the list and old evidence will become less useful. Trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Often the most satisfying revelations come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Sometimes the reason certain evidence has such a high value is because it can lead to finding more evidence. You may be missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Root tree 5 piece. So strawberry, power plum, awesome apple, bad blue raspberry, cool chocolate. There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Radical new flavors because it's no longer the 1920s. What even is an elderberry anyway? Roottree sisters and their parents died in a plane crash December 6th, 1998. The next evening, the shadowy figure appeared at your door. After quiz test, the figure gave you notable Rootrees who said that would be easiest family members to place. They said they would return in the time it took to fill out 6 more blood relatives. Okay. We got the Roottree sisters. Let's tackle Carl. Carl Roottree. died in a recent plane crash along with his wife, Brenda, and their daughters, Rutry sisters. He was the president of the Rutry Company as long as the clothing company, which he co-founded with his wife. There is a short press release that the Rutry Candy Company released today. It's a new organization. December 6, 1998 is with a heavy heart that we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, the Rutry sisters, and the other employees that perished in the terrible tragedy. The entire Rutry family is in shock and requesting privacy at this time. As the head of our company, Carl was an incredible man with an unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. In the interim, we hope you join us in looking back fondly on Carl's and his family's triumphs and accomplishments. They go on to list some of those accomplishments. One of them seems relevant to your search. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year title. Hang on. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. They have been around for over 100 years in one form or another and will often write about major changes in management at famous companies. Every year they offer an award to a prominent businessman who has furthered the field. They call this Watchman of the Year. You find through a few searches that 2 Rutrys have been featured as Watchman of the Year, Elias Rutry and Carl Rutry. Business Watch does not host any online archives on any site you can find via spider search, though you may be able to find individual articles and issues through your periodical search. Holy shit. Okay, we're getting slightly distracted. Let's get back to... Hang on. I think I'm going to tackle the 2... First Anderson Maple Farm. There are a few pictures, including a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth. Bam! Photo. Photo was attached to your evidence. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Rutry was Gwyneth Anderson. She has no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson Maple Farm so long as she married. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores to this day. Okay, so Elias was the original creator of 5 pieces. He did have 5 kids. Though the Rutry Candy Company expanded well beyond the original farm, it has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to the website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. Holy shit. You'll be able to add, once you verify this person, you'll be able to add bonus photos. Would she be considered a housewife? Screenwriter, secretary, student, college, travel agent, actor, advertising, architect, artist, author, baby. How is that an occupation? Cashier, CEO, chef, comedian, dancer, director, doctor, driver, farmer, firefighter. We're just going to go with housewife. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 5 kids. Okay, so we got them locked in. Elias and Rutry. Let's see Oh God. Okay. Spider search. Let's go back to the 5 pieces. 5 pieces that kind of blah blah blah. 5 piece small colorful shell coating since the late 20s, been pressed in the shape of a maple leaf. There's also a history of print advertising website that claims to have 5 pieces of advertising scanned from a book, The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2. Fuck. Charles Lee. Part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by the experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. It includes some print advertisements. You'll find a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from the 1930s. Evidence, 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 evidence. Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2 by Charles Lee is from 1928, 6 years after the debut of 5 pieces. Sweet! Five different maple-infused flavors. Root trees are a proud family business. Our flavors are inspired by our children. G is for grape. E is for elderberry. CE is for cinnamon extract. M is for melon, introducing miracle berry. Do you think these are done in order of age? Inspired by the children, and the order is grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and the newest flavor, miracle berry. Okay, hang on. Well, let's root tree. Look for a G. Gwen or Gwendolyn. Gwen or Gwendolyn. Yeah, so miracle. Miracle, miracle, miracle. This has to be miracle. And then this would be Miracle Jr. Oh, wait. Miracle Jr. Hang on. Okay. So we have Elias and Glenn, blah, blah, blah. Carl Rutry, Red, Jim, Lauren, Miracle. Let's... Okay, so I'm still... Oops. Okay, so it was re-envisioned for later. Grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and the newest flavor, miracle berry. Grape, elderberry, CE. Root tree, Clancy Edward. Clancy Edward. Clancy Edward, root tree. Married whoever. Okay, work on miracle for now. Okay. Spider search. You find a website for the Miracle Network production company run by the Miracle Root Tree Estate. It's quite bare bones, but has the following blurb. Witness the testimony of the Miracle's Root Tree. Miracle Root Tree arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. Goddamn. With a birth that late, with the birth that the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems, but still with the power of God on his side, He persevered. The triumphed over the complications and even gained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle Root Tree Jr. arrived, and he became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Root Tree name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places needed most. The Power Lord coming to a town near Yo. For the blurb is a flyer about the tour, which is in your evidence. Oh, God. Okay. So this is Miracle Jr. This is Miracle the Third. And his wife, Nicole. Bam. Okay. Special appearance from Miracle Root Tree. Okay. Hang on. We have Miracle, who is a preacher. And then we have this has to be Miracle Jr. Who is this? And he's a televangelist, if that's a thing. Nope, travel agent, public speaker, principal, pro athlete, president, preacher. Okay. And Root Tree Miracle Jr. is married to a Nicole. Madsen Nicole and Nicole Smith. Okay, hang on. Oops. I wonder if you would find Oh, there's a hints tab. I don't even see the hints. Oh, marked in the chart with a star. And his wife Nicole, who are said to be the youth pastors. Well, how is it written? Okay. Let's tackle. What do we have? No, Root Tree Miracle was a preacher. Okay, so this is Miracle the Third. Miracle Third, and picture, bam, unknown occupation. He is a youth pastor, which we're just going to call preacher. Unknown name. He's married to someone named Nicole. Okay. Lauren Root Tree. Let's tackle Carl. Carl! So this would be Carl Rootry. He is he's the most recent president. So has to be the fifth president. Counselor? Do you think counselor? Comedian, construction. There is no counselor. We're going to stick with preacher. Okay, so Carl Rootry is the fifth president. That is not Carl Rootry. Current president? No current president. Has to be, well, I mean, I'm assuming it's the fifth. We have the first through the fifth. He's the most recent. How do I find a picture? Good call. Good call, Scar. Holy. Carl Rootry was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders and has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen for his work at Rootry Candy. Was chosen not for his work at Rootry Candy, but rather a clothing company, Root. There is a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife, Brenda, was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with the other parents, including Carl's cousin, Jim, bam, and notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Word spread. Is Rose not a daughter? Is Rose not a daughter? And her real name is Carly? By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands, seeing the demand. Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Rootry at the time. Ernie Jr. was president of Rootry Candy before Carl spearheaded Root. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's finances refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune and they repaid his investment. Now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company and they all benefit. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became their catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Okay, hang on. Jim Rootry is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife, Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' On Down to the City. It is now in your evidence folder. Although Jim writes the majority of the songs, plays guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but has its fans who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and The Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse, and he hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. Okay. Well, there's Jim, there's Diamond. Roll On Down the City was barely a top 20 for a few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came across from roller discos. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Maybe that's why you never heard of it before now. The image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree could make disco this sweet. It is credited to Peter Janowitz from MMM. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottree, vocals by Jim Roottree and Diamond LaRue. Jim Roottree is on the notable Roottrees list. In your evidence, he will be marked with a chart and a star. Lyrics in the song contain no clues. We rolling on down the city, blah, 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 blah. There's a whole bunch. Okay. Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree could make disco this sweet. Peter Janowitz of MMM. I want to know who this is. Seems to be a music critic. We find him mentioned on a fan website about band unrelated to the Rootrees. He used to work for Modern Music Monthly. High competition from, okay, so periodicals. Okay, we have gotten deep down the fucking rabbit hole. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I, this is a review and interview from 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker. Jim Roottree goes into his first band. Hang on. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in CJ and JD with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spent time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. Okay. I need notes. Okay. Jim Roottree married Diamond LaRue, who is sisters with Jane. Jim was in a band. Was in a band with, hang on, my cousin and his ex. Ooh, Jesus. Wow. Clark. Who never knew his dad. Okay. That was a lot. So Sephora had a sort of cutesy family band thing going on, not her finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with their youngest sister, everything exploded. No more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then, we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more of an interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffer Tunes. He's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Root Tree. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Okay, what is Raffer Tunes? A website about Raffer Tunes. Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. On it, there's an About page, and you find a picture labeled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is a more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children. When his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for the picture, he had the idea for the Root Tree Super Bowl ad. The photo is now in your evidence. Hello? Whoa. Okay, the Rafferty LaRue's. Okay, we are down the rabbit hole here. Carl. At one point, you were the youngest person in the planet. Yeah, for a split second, probably were. I'm assuming this is Carl. This is Carl, and this is Jim. James? Nurse, secretary, student, public speaker, athlete, nurse, model, musician. Oh, there we go. Booyah! And there we are.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes.
That's
But
unfortunate.
I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Root Tree reunion. I also found some important-looking papers. You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Jesus. Holy fuck. Okay. Vote Stephanie Jones for City Council. Better for Butler County. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl had left in his inbox. It's a handwritten note attached to seem personal. It's a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, is still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. Stephanie Jones, a candidate for city council, won her campaign on election day about a month ago. You find no mention of the root trees in any articles about her. Stephanie also has a very bare bones website for her campaign. It is simply a picture of her campaign mailer. Underneath it says, be sure to read the full article in the Butler County Times. Located Butler County Times periodicals. Go to periodicals, switch to Butler County Times, and switch to most recent mention is Stephanie Jones. Thank you, Child of the King. I appreciate you. Is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. You also find the full version of the newspaper clipping in the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County her whole life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. My mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she is a distant cousin of the Root Trees, her mother Carolyn, a local artist, Carolyn something, who appeared on the front page of Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding their deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Hold on. Stephanie Control. He's Landon. Stephanie Landon. I don't see another Landon though. Carolyn Morden. CM. Carolyn Morden. Okay. Hang on. Shit. Periodicals. Find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Carolyn Morden. There isn't much about Carolyn as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. According to the story, there is an image of Carolyn standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It's captioned, Carolyn stands next to her sculpture, Atlantis's Burden. The sculpture is one of many works featured upon her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women. According to a quote further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize society split by indecision over women should just be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Yeah. Bam. Okay, so this is Stephanie Morton. Okay, let's go through our evidence that we have so far. Water damage picture, the free spirits out of the frame. This fell out too. Written on the back of the photo, couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris. Gwen and the boys. Okay, so this is Gwen. Apparently he's going to film school. This dude's going to film school. Older, younger. Okay. Photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath the candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, to Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you weren't able to attend the funeral. It's tradition to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a sheet of candle identical to yours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl was carried on, taking over. As for myself, it's impossible to express the gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get to the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Okay, so Ernie, hang on. Oh God. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Rootries would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. That's gotta be Carl. Carl! Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo in childish print writing, it says November. There's also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next president, Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Carolyn, Gwyneth, Miracle Jr. There's Miracle Jr. Jim Rootry, which is, I think, right there. Clark, Carl, and Eli. We're going to snap photos of all these motherfuckers. Because, okay, so. He was Sheboygan. Okay, now let's go back to not this, not that, this. Gwen Rootry. Because if we can figure out where Gwen is, we can also identify her two boys. Okay. Gwen Rootry. Makes sense. Actually, no, wait. Hang on. 5 pieces. The original. G is for great. Okay. So this has to be Gwen. Which is... oh, God. That. And is there any other find some information on a website about old films. So, okay, I got to reverse the name. Not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you can't get individual pages from your search engine. Gwen Rootry is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwen from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you added to evidence. Did you know? Trivia. Gwen was a granddaughter of Elias Rootry, the founder of the Rootry Candy. She shouldn't have been named Rootry, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was... wait. This is not right. Hang on. No, wait. Granddaughter of Elias Rootry, founder of the Rootry Candy. She shouldn't have been named Rootry, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare those days. Father took her mother's famous name. Her father took her mother's... Okay. Hang on. Her father took her mother's famous name. Her father took her mother's famous name. Her father took her mother's famous name. List. The only person we have so far is Guy Hudson. Looking for names that start with G. I'm assuming... okay, maybe not. Her mother was Rootry. Okay. So her father was not related, but her mother was. Okay, so that entry is not right. This entry is not right. I shouldn't have... Okay, so the G is still missing. I really wish G is for grape. List of names. Who is Gwendolyn? Well, that's fucking Tessa Green, Penelope Wilson, Jem, Guy Hudson, Clancy Edward. You know, I don't see a G in here. Where is the G? Because G is for grape. Who the fuck is... We've already searched up Gwen. Gwendolyn Root Tree doesn't come back to anything. Gwendolyn is Gwen's mother. What's he didn't go with grape for real? Okay, we've gotten slightly off. Notable root trees listed in your shield marked with the chart with a star. Okay, so Gwen is a granddaughter who had 2 sons. This has to be Gwen. 2 sons. Right? Unless it's here. Oh, Lord. Here we go. Don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh.
What the fuck? Sir, do you know whoever just did your head got you looking like a rooster? From the tears in his eyes, I think he do. Listen, gang, I don't condone crash outs, but this is a justifiable crash out moment. Yeah, I'm gonna get up out of here before he start upping that iron.
What the fuck? Rip. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, so Married. This has to be Gwen. But my only question is, she's the only one that starred. Split up. This has to be Gwen. This has to be Gwen. Which would be Gwen, unknown occupation, actress. Right? Hang on. Hang on. Where's the, there it is. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Ah, this is the free spirits. Wait. Okay, so these are not in order. Who the fuck is Eli? Ernie, Eli M. Oh, she does not look happy. Okay. Eli M. Hang on. Elias, Edward, Retreat, Ernest. Elias M. Rutry. Is Eli short for Elias? God damn it. Okay. Well, struck out there. Let's go back to actively. Granddaughter of Elias Rutry, founder of the Rutry Candy. She shouldn't have been named Rutry, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare. Okay. Wild Bill Williams. Wild Bill Williams was the leading man in some non-notable movies. In the 1950s, he appeared in the adventure Fortune Favors the Brave, which is yet to be released for home audiences. That's bad. Any additional information? He was known for his good looks and offering romances, specifically with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party. She was already aware of his reputation. Did you put Brenda? I did not put Brenda in the tree. Fuck. Where did Brenda go? Oh, Brenda White. Aha. Carl Rutry was married to Brenda White. They produced 3 siblings. Bam. Okay. Now, Rutry. She was married to Wild Bill Williams. I don't see a Williams. Wilkins, Wilson, Stephen, Wilson, Zach. We are playing The Rutrys Are Dead. It's basically a sleuthing game. I don't see any Williams. Basically, a really famous family died in a plane crash, and now you have to figure out who goes where on this fucking big ass board. And yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Okay, so let's get back to James Rutry, who was married to fucking Diamond LaRue. Okay. Diamond LaRue. That's Diamond. It's Diamond LaRue. Picture, bam. Produced 2 kids. Jim Rutry. Didn't he give up it? Diamond LaRue, the dude, blah, 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 blah. Oops. Yeah. Cool things you got in the mail in the random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to Diamond's Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures, as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it's no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. There's a fierce debate in subsequent posts about whether that's cool or pathetic. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 included pictures of Jim's and Diamond's young son, Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. All-female punk band operating out of New York City. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently, they were opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes, she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual, and not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in the good way. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were. She told them they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians and didn't want that to be a part of why they became popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive and they were not selling their CDs. And they were selling their CDs, but only cost $1. They probably were losing a fortune. The reviewer said although she bought a copy, she would be likely ever listen to any of it again except for maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There's no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover from the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to your evidence. I don't know. Song by the Floozies. You can't find anything else about it, but with a name like that, it's hard not to speculate the subject matter. Could it be euphemism or about a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler. Certainly piques your curiosity if you only had the time or resources to look into it further. You find a picture of the Christmas card from Jim and Diamond Fan Club in 1996, 2 years ago. The description is said to be a picture of his son Wolf listening to his parents' latest music. Where is... CD from the band called The Floozies that are only available at their live shows. Credits on the cover say guitars and vocals. Candy. Got it. Okay. Wait. These are backwards. Wolf. Root tree wolf. Unknown occupation. Something candy. Or candy something. I know I've seen it. Bam. Song. There it is. Yeah. Sometimes the search engines are a little. I'm just guessing that that's candy. I'm not actually sure. There's nothing about wolf though. Okay, so we just got a little bit more information. Unknown occupation. Nothing about him. Diamond LaRue. Okay, so we got that tree. Oh, shit. Okay. We need to dive into... She is actor. Okay. And she's married to Bill Williams, which we don't know if that's his real name or a stage name. And then they split up, but she's got two sons who are named boys. Okay. Let's try to see if we can track down more information. Fortune favors the grave. Okay, so nothing on him. Whoa. Okay. 1953 film in which two secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client and hilarity ensues. Starring Gwen Rutry, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Lane. Did you know the title is a play on words, as it can be read that the two women are men similar to other men, or that the men are fond of them? Who is Leslie Florence? Not yet available, size very 9. Leslie Florence was Gwen Rutry's co-star in Guys Like Us. Not much relevant information. Does not have any additional credits. Who is Harrison Lane? His largest role before Guys Like Us was a villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, the studio brought back Lane to play the villain's twin brother. This time as a hero rejoined the protagonist. Western Frontiers has no connection to the root trees. Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end. Harrison Lane married his high school sweetheart after they reunited at a movie premiere. I know it says no connection to the... Okay. Nope, too far. Nope, wait. Back to Christmas Mission. On a page called Flops. It was a war movie about World War I recently in 1955 that received poor reviews and lost the studio money. When Roottree had April, his soldier's wife, who wrote him letters from home, you find no additional relevant information. The movie is marketed as an incredible true story, but no record of the events of ever happening has been found. Okay, well, that's... May I ask why the move over here? What do you mean? What do you mean, Chris? Elias Jr. was Elias's oldest son. Hang on. This is Elias. This is Elias Roottree. He is the eldest son. That... How? Okay. That's Miracle. Eli. Ernie Jr. From Twitch to YouTube. Yeah, I was banned on Twitch. I made a bad joke about a haunted house, and bam. My mom searched the periodicals. Oh, see? All right. Elias Jr. Maybe it's Madsen. God damn it. Oh, shit. Jesus Christ. Wow. Okay. How rude. Yeah, Elderberry was first. Was it? G is for grape, E is for elderberry, C is for cinnamon extract, M is for melon, M is for miracle berry. G was first. The order is grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract. Wait. Wait. Oldest son. What if he had a daughter? What if he had a daughter? Gwendolyn. What was her married name? What's her married name? Who'd she marry? God damn it. Coral root tree is a teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage. That's Carl. So, hang on. The real moody one with the bouffant. Okay. I feel like I have... Okay, let's track this back because now I remember. Okay, now I remember. Hang on. Bam. Copy. Caroline. There is something about public library. Book title. Bam. Caroline something. Morden. Caroline Morden. Nope. Shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages. Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation. Late teens, felt betrayed by her sister Gwendolyn and her cousin Bonnie. Gave up on her dreams, settle for boring men. She dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, she calls completely bogus. Their marriages led to her double down on her passions, the art, and the environment. She then married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. Comes out strongly against the Root Trees Company effect on the local environment. Ruse how she was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life. All negative, that only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind, good push pursue true loves, art, and the beauty of women. Okay. Married to Zach. Notes. Caroline Morden. Married a dude named Mark. Unknown last name. Sisters with Gwendolyn. Cousins with Bonnie. Married Mark, unknown last name. Okay. Oh, thank you. Zach was dad. There we go. Fuck me. I completely... Okay, here we go. I fucked that up. Caroline Morden. Daughter to Zach. Sisters... Whoa. To Gwendolyn. Cousin to Bonnie. Married to Mark. Okay. Now. Who the fuck is Zach? Zach, was it with an H? Father Zach, there's no H. Unless it's... There is no Zach root tree. Okay, so who the fuck is Zach Wilson? Found it. What the fuck, Richard? That is not the last thing I copied. Okay. In 1959, there's a small blurb about Zach Morden, son of James and Gwendolyn Morden, grandson of Elias Roottree inheriting the candy company. James and Gwendolyn Morton, grandson of Elias Rootry. Okay, James and Gwendolyn Morton. Did I already... Fuck me. Okay. James and Gwendolyn Morton. James Morton. Gwendolyn Rootry. Gwendolyn has to be the daughter. Gwendolyn has to be the daughter. This has to be Gwendolyn, and this has to be James Morton. Yes, and Morton was her married name. Yo, hold up. Okay. Bonnie, next president, Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Carolyn, Gwyneth, Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Rootry, Clark, Carl. Okay, where's about? Jesus, we got. Okay. Okay, we're okay. Eli. Who the fuck is Eli M? It's not short for Elias. We've already figured that out. Who the fuck is Eli M? Jesus is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Rootry, who was Elias's son and the Rootry Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never been fully disclosed to the public, but due to an ever-increasing success of the company, a significant amount of money. The Clancy Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since matters are handled internally. Only information you discover from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecture talk about the Rootrys versus RR in 1994. While looking at the Clancy Trust, you often find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee, which went into... Okay, two things here. Two things. The 5-piece guarantee in combination with the Clancy Trust was Elias Rootry's attempt to ensure the Rootry Candy Company would remain in family business for eternity. In isolation, it is somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of Rootry's president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this is 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. Combined with the Clancy Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this was or successful decision is widely debated both online and in-person economics enthusiasts of all levels of expertise. Okay. Let's see what this is. You find very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clancy Trust. A student that attended the lecture about it wrote a following on Legal Oddity's website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove fellow family members again from the trust. It was said that RR attempted two arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the Clancy Trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendants of Elias Roottree without completely dissolving the trust. Well, it's one of two. James, Zachariah Morden, Ernest, and Ernest Jr. Madsen. Mark, Landon. Wait, wasn't there? Hang on. There was a Mark somewhere. There was a Mark somewhere. There was a Mark somewhere. Married to Mark. Oh, okay, hang on. Mark. Where's the name? Landon. Mark Landon. God damn it. Son of a bitch. We are hitting dead ends here. Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Debbie. Deborah Bean. Hang on. We'll see if there's another Debbie. Okay. Deborah Bean. God damn it. Okay. Grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, newest flavor, miracle berry. Let's see if we can. Is there any other starred people that I can work on? Nope. Okay. Who the fuck is this? Okay, G. G-E-C-E. Okay, so that's easy enough. G-E-N-C-E. C-E would be Clancy Edward. Clancy Edward Roottree was a lawyer. History. Clancy Trust Business Watch. Wise son of Richard's hand lawyer at the time of duty, blah, blah, blah. Debbie was born out of wedlock. That makes sense, so she was Deborah Bean. Who the fuck is Red Roottree and Lauren Roottree? Get your butt. Aloysius Herring Roottree, aka Red, was appointed judge and the politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottree Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. So he is of no relation whatsoever to the root tree name. Okay. Red herring. Bam. Author Lauren Roottree, a distant relative of the Roottree sisters, is known for her book A Life Between Wars. According to the website about famous authors, in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name, Lauren Rafferty. Thank you, Jay. I'm still good. When her publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottree, to take advantage of her family's notoriety. The selection of diary entries, released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars, spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialites, all the way through the entry into Vietnam. Ooh. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style and for a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novel under the name Lauren Roottree. This included Romance at Court, which gained popularity, followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans refer to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. Okay, distant relative to the Roottree sisters. Gotcha. Okay, hang on. Seems you hit the jackpot here. This is a book occasionally taught in schools. You can find a hardcover edition for students that has a full-page, high-quality pictures in it. A summary of the content of the book, photos, as well as some particularly... Jesus Christ, it's still going? Okay. A Life Between Wars, excerpts from the diary, Schoolbound Publishing, captures the evolution in perspectives from adolescence into adulthood. Below are notes and observations he made from while skimming through Lauren Roottree's diary pages in The Life Between Wars. Lauren Roottree is notable Roottree list evidence you have marked on the chart with a star. I wonder if this is her. That's got to be her. Because, shit. Gwen, we figured out where she is, and Lauren Roottree. Although, is Gwen in the right place? Gwen has to be in the right place because they split up. Okay, so this is Lauren Roottree. Lauren. Bam. Oh, we don't have a picture yet. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. Most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Bam. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son, Clark, alone. Lauren never remarried and only had one child. By skimming the pages of the diary, you glean the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cossels, but she hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer of the Roottree Candy Company that helped write a legal document called the Clancy Trust. Fuck. No, that works. Okay. Author. Bam. Hang on. Unknown name. James. What was it? Rafferty? Jacob Rafferty? Wait, hang on. Jacob Rafferty, Jacob Rafferty, Jacob. Picture that dude, root tree. Is that the picture? Yes. Okay. Only had one child, raise her son Clark. Clancy, Candy, Rafferty, Clark. Unknown occupation. Okay. Granddaughter of Elias, whose father was always... It's clear from her context, root trees have internal shorthand names for the different generations of the family Lauren uses in her office. First generation, Lauren's father was in this generation. Next generation was Lauren's generation. The free spirits, the generation after Lauren's, including her sons. Oh. Hangy. This is the generation of free spirits. This is the 5 pieces. What was the next generation? So the 5 pieces on the top, the G, E, C, E, whatever, them. Okay, hang on. Okay, so this is the 5 pieces: grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and miracle. And then you have the okay, 5 pieces, the next generation, and the free spirits. The free spirits basically did whatever the fuck they wanted. And then, okay. Oh, Rafferty went through some fucking, okay. 1, 2, I need to get a picture of, this is the 5 pieces. This is the 5 pieces. This picture was famous in her house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. Okay, so that's Clancy Edward. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new era that Eli Jr. designed. Who the fuck is this? This dude is somebody important. I can almost guarantee it. Angie and I both wanted to be in on the photo since Miracle was in it, and 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose I had to stop the tantrums. They posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Modern, who was there with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later they never even took a second photo. Okay, so this is Miracle. That's why. Hang on. Where is it? Miracle Jr. or Miracle was born like 14 years after and was super fucking young and also regained his sight. Brenda White. Oh, look, root time. Damn. Okay. Booyah. Okay. Pop was on the left. Clancy Edward. This was Clancy Edward. That's Clancy Edward, right? Yes, Clancy Edward. This is the 5 pieces. That was the eldest son. Wait. Aunt Gwendolyn. That means she's a sister to Camp. Gwendolyn was Bam. Gwendolyn. Bam, bam. I want to know. Oh, there is multiple pages. I just realized there's multiple pages. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Rootree's Diary, written in 1953. This entry seems focused specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwen, who is on the notable Rootree's list. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwen, as an only child, is complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing. It fell on deaf ears. During the summer, when I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, Margot. Where the fuck is... Be the sister I never had, that I do the same for her, even if I tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess, but she just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with a Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlet and tell tales how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. She's the first Rootry woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I'm jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me. And now, though I've been undoubtedly burdened by this terrible tragedy, I'm also lucky to be born in a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightly scoff just like I do at Gwen. It focuses on the day your grandfather Elias announced that he would step down as president of Rootry Camping meeting to determine his successor. I wish I'd been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it for so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. So with 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came to our next generations. Pop argued at length that the company should stay within our branch of the family. Since we still have the Rootry name, I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running the company, but Granddad has always been very particular views when it came to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. And I'm the next oldest of all of us, but he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss word Pop used when he told Mom it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with the catty remarks, countered back, maybe they wanted to go the only member of the family who looks like he samples a product. Okay, so firstborn of the firstborn. Hang on, what was it? Surname doesn't match the candy. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Okay, I got these two reversed. This is James Morden. James Morden. This is Zach something. ZAC. Wait. No. He's a firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. No, I'm fucked up. I'm fucked up. I'm fucked up. She married James Morden. Which turned her kids into Mordens. Where the fuck? Zachariah Morden. He was the second president. Okay. Surname doesn't match the candy. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running the company, but Granddad has always had a very particular. Ask Clancy if it ever came up. Entry entitled Sam from Lauren Rootree's diary, written in 1963. From a previous entry, you learned that Elias Roottree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in the family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Lauren writes, "Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters, and Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, and I'm not the only one to realize." Angie summoned all of the next gen to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including the Miracles boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Jesus Christ. Okay. So, Sam is one of Gwen's kids. Because this line is the next generation. This line is the original 5 pieces. This line is the next generation. This line is the free spirits. That's who she's talking about. Uncle, okay, so Junior, I'm assuming Elias Jr., because this is Clancy. Oh, duh, idiot. Elderberry, Elias Jr., idiot. Next one, Roottree, Elias Jr. Idiot. Fucking, okay, here we go. Sam special, nothing adds up. I'm not the only one to realize. Angie summoned all the next gen to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen's in Paris. The Miracle Boys spent ages. Sam and Patsy. Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. Patsy. Married someone named either Patricia Jones or Patricia Christensen. Don't know which one is which. Let's see if we can. Nothing there. How the fuck do you spell Christensen? Good night, nerdy. Thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate you. Chris 10 cent. Christensen Steel was a steel company in Butler County on a World War II page history. He found contributed to the war effort by creating parts for vehicles, but after that went out of business. Christensen Steel and Patricia Christensen both are mentioned in a book review, Steamy Correspondence. Okay, we're gonna search periodicals in Butler County Times. Still companies from the 1900s, you can find a few mentions in the Butler County Times. Some are old birth announcements in Butler County Times from their owner, Matthias Christensen. The only name that looks familiar is Patricia Christensen, third of his 4 children, who was born in 1908. The front page article is 1944 stating the Vice President of the United States has stopped there to visit the factory before. The company stopped being advertised around the time blurb Matthias was stepping down to sell the company. Okay. So I'm assuming 1920s, this has to be Patricia Christensen. That has to be Patricia Christensen. Patricia Christensen. Okay. Uncle Junior's, which is Elias Roottree Jr. Don't know what his occupation is. Pop shows me and said it was complicated. Who Sam was. Okay, so they had a son, which was part of the next gens. Summoned all the next gens. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands. Edward Clancy. Oh, Steamy. Yes. Steamy correspondence. Copy. Tina Angela. Angelina. Historical letters with an erotic twist. Each letter is accompanied by context of the book's author. A letter from the book has been added to your pages. Okay, let me out. In 1934, someone who goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it is clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought to be the book's author, by the book's author to be Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and CH were the first 2 letters of her last name. Patricia Christensen was known to appreciate wordplay like this. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him. There are also a few passages after the steamy bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina and Angelina to theorize this letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from a classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Left an outcast, forced to live a life of labor under a wicked relative, is like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. She or he deserves the life he is. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Well, now we know. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, E.C. and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all 3 are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Eli, Miracle's youngest. Elias M. Elias C and Elias M. It's either Elias C or Elias M, and I don't know which is which. Fuck. I can't tell which is which yet. even chimed in. Apparently, he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago. Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seemed thrilled. By the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider is cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Granddad making an exception now? Well, because Sam is the son of Patricia in some shape or form. Outside of wedlock. That's the one. All right. I don't know. I don't have enough information. One of the final entries, called Clark, from Lauren Rutri's diary, was written in 1964. Clark's getting married and, in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, for God's sakes, and Danielle isn't much older. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Ha! Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. So that means he's in this line. No, wait, this line. Aha! Rafferty. Clark Rafferty. Did I ever... Someone with the username DieHardDazzle scanned the cover and noted that the cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently, this was Jim Rutry and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentioned that it was performed with Jim Cousins' Diamond's sister, that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can't find anything else about Diamond Die Hard Dazzler, the band, or the single, and after all left to do is to scan the evidence. After blazing 35-minute download, the track is also available. Bruh. Well, we know who this is. Scan. Okay. Clark Rafferty, Jim Rutry. So this is Jim Rutry. Backup vocals by the LaRues. Folks going songwriting, a lot of the lyrics. The lyrics of the song contain no clues. Okay, this is Clark. Yeah, right. Oh yeah, super hippies. Super hippies. Okay, so Clark Rafferty broke up with the sister of Diamond LaRue. Hang on. LaRue. Jane or Kim? We need to... Diamond. Yeah, the company of business. Ah, here we go. Diamond and Jane. Ah! Okay, so they broke up. And then the line continue on. Whoever this is, married again. They split up. Okay. Where's the other star that I was working on? There was a what was I working on? Oh shit, yeah. Okay. Clark left us what do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend. They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him into the academy. Carl! Clancy had a son named Coral. Wait, is this right? Is this right? Clark Rafferty is the... Yes, okay. Jacob Rafferty, Lauren Roottree. Clark Rafferty. Got it. Two roads crossed in this tree. The song's talking about it. Well, I mean, yeah, he kind of... he fucked that up. Okay. There's... Okay, so we figured out that was a star. That's Clancy. Hang on. Did I... Youngest. Hang on, I'm missing two pictures here. Who is the mother of Gwen Roottree? This is not right. Because Gwendolyn was the mother of Gwen. Right? No, because Gwen was the first of the 5 pieces. Nope, wrong one. Gwen is the first of 5 pieces. Elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon. Who the fuck is melon? Grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon. Who the fuck is melon? This is melon. Miracle, grape, elderberry, nope, cinnamon extract. Fuck. Cinnamon extract. No. Cinnamon extract, elderberry, grape. This is fucking melon. This is miracle. Who the fuck is melon? Mr. Morton was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. James Morton, Gwendolyn. Roottree, Elias Jr. Bam. Unknown occupation. What did we ever figure out what Elias Jr.'s occupation was? Okay. This is fucking melon. Whoever that is. It has to be a root tree. Margaret? No? Where the fuck is... I ever put her name up? Ah. Well, that's not right. Okay. Okay, so car retreat. Had to have put the name in the wrong spot. Had to, but this has to be. And they said housewife. That was the first. They were all housewives before. Holy shit.
You're listening to It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Investigative jazz. During the news segment at 45 minutes of the hour, they have been talking about the plane crash. The most recent hour, they talked about a picture they're taking from Carl's office after the promised interview online with the psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone took the key to the office, took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to post it was a culprit and alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their position. Comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottree curse being a real, true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture was evidence on it." There's a long, rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on black background that says Roottree are cursed. It's been very recently updated with the following important update with Carl and Brenda and their girls. That makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottree company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but no one was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be coincidence. There's another incident that claims if you connect the dots and the patterns of the 5-piece raptor, it creates a mind Ruby Skull, a secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before has a link to a site that talks about how Earth is a 4-corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author of the site seems to agree. An entry from a few received an email from Chris Raff. Fake proof that Ernie Madsen actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. First entry from 1996 has a blurry picture of the Roottree candy factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29th. The website footer says all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. All right, I will be right back. Give me just a second.
Sucks and it hurts. It's like you've been cursed by the world at its worst. I'm sorry, I know you can't see it, but maybe all these things happen to you for a reason. So stay strong and push through it. Your willpower is everything you got, don't lose it. And one day things will get better. You just gotta get through the stormy weather. What about things things happen to the best of us. It seems like they should be blessed. They just might be angels here as guests, teaching us to be our best. When everything breaks at the seams and you feel like you're losing belief, damn it, you just gotta stay strong. When it all falls apart and goes wrong, when you feel let down and so long.
Okay, and we're back. Sorry, I really had to pee. Thomas Overwood seems to have a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Root Tree Curse websites, you'll also find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims spirits merely stands for Satan's plague is returning in 2000, and that in the year 2000, anyone who is drunk Spirit Cola will die. It's like Y2K all over again. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Numbers. No, I'm good, Rip. I'm good. Thank you, though. Which claims if you multiply any stock's price by 666, then also multiply the current year by the same stock price, then add those two numbers together and divide the total. Huh? Okay, whatever. We're going back. Okay, we need to look up Guy Hudson. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Root Tree. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. This philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had in any other year, except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. You don't say. Okay. Back to evidence. Okay, here's a photo that I've been... Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. Okay, so this is the free spirits, the 5 pieces, the next generation. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the next generation. Caption, an attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think of it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge after all these years. We have... That's Sam, I'm assuming. Okay. No, I don't want to talk it through my rubber duck. Okay. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me it looked like a lucky Pop. Outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together. And so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. Okay, so these are the 4 of the next generation. So these are the 5 pieces. 1, 2, 3. Holy, okay. Here's where the 4 are. Oh, okay. I've been down this road before. Okay. Good night, Stretch. Thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate you. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day. Focus on the positive, disregard the negative, and keep being fucking awesome. Okay, so here's the 4. Wait. Wait. Bam. That's her in the blue dress. Okay, so those are locked in. How much longer am I going to go? I'm not sure. I'm kind of... I'm kind of stuck. Who the fuck is this? That's Miracle. Miracle Jr. Could you make an appearance was Gwen? Hang on. Gwen. There's Gwen. Still don't know the name of her husband. It was Williams something. Wait, what the fuck was that name? Zach Wilson? Stephen Wilson. Squirrel is down the rabbit hole. Okay. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, wait. Hang on. I know for a fact these are... Wait. Do I have these backwards? I think I might have these backwards. Okay. She's locked in. Okay, we're done with the... One of these is... What's her ass? Diamond LaRue. She's got to be the blonde. Jane LaRue. James Rutry. Carl Rutry. I don't know that this is right. So when we search up Clark Rafferty... Jim Tree, the first song together, he mentioned his performed as Zim's cousin, Diamond's sister, only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later work. Okay, so that tracks because James Rutry and Clark Rafferty, and then Jane LaRue and them split up. Okay. I still... Okay, so I went down a rabbit hole and completely lost track. Caroline something. Caroline Morden. Listen to a few are associated with a movement called P-Flag. Organization founded in the 70s. Acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. Okay, let me go back. Listen to a few on our websites and much detail. Caroline Morden is the mother of Stephanie Jones. Caroline Morden would be one of the daughters of James Morden and Gwendolyn Rootry. Now, Zachariah Morden and the second president. This has got to be Caroline Morden. This has got to be Caroline Morden. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love, and now 25, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so even though she split up with whoever, she's still spouse with whoever was the other mom to Stephanie Jones. Okay, Stephanie Jones, Stephanie Jones, Stephanie Jones, Stephanie Jones, Jones. Okay, we're just gonna. Stephanie Landon? Oh, wait. Born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones. Stephanie Landon. Hello? Got it. This is Brian Jones. Bam. This dude. Okay. Unknown occupation. She is a politics? City council, is that considered politics? Is city council considered politics? Yes, okay. We'll call it politics. Hey! I knew I had it backwards. I knew I had it fucking backwards.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it, but I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a root tree. I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more, in person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
15 more? Bitch! Why are we looking at the mod, Joyce? Yeah, okay. Mother Carolina, local artist, appeared on the front page. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Mark Landon. Don't know the spouse name. Okay. Okay. I don't know why it has. Okay. Oh shit, I completely forgot about this. Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. Clark Rafferty LaRue. Hang on. Hang on. That is not Clark Rafferty. This is not... Maybe it is? Katrina. Well, bam. 2 daughters. Trying to get Katrina, his youngest, to calm down. Maybe it is? Could be. I guess he went bald. It has to be. It has to be. It has to be. This is Clark Rafferty. He's in advertising. He's in advertising. He's in advertising, not... Clark was in a department store getting a family with his wife and children. Root Tree Maple Super Bowl commercial from 1940 has a family bickering in a department store, and the father bites into a Root Tree Maple crisp. Time stop and a jingle plays while he dances down the aisle. As he does, different things in the department store become root tree candy. For example, a bed the father collapses on becomes a giant chocolate bar. The jingle Need the Rest went on to be featured in other commercials with other scenarios. Famous jingle from root trees originates in when you're surrounded by madness and mayhem, reach for the best. There's enough there to share, but let's face it. Okay. Youngest. Rafferty LaRue. Jessica. Diamond LaRue was with James Roottree. Diamond LaRue was with James Roottree. He cheated on Jane. They split up. Would they have kept the LaRue name? Okay, if that is actually Clark, which I'm assuming it is. Okay. Let's see what trails we haven't gone down. We don't know who Miracle Jr. was married to. We don't know who the original Miracle was married to. We don't know who Miracle the Third was married to. We do know Gwen split up Hang on. Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson was the next president after Elias. Because we know that everyone got crazy. Various and other sons would take over. Architects, preachers, and lawyers. Architects, preachers, and lawyers. Wait. Hang on. There was a photo Poppy had a friend that was taken to celebrate. Warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Eli Jr. was an architect. Eli Jr. was an architect. Okay, I completely lost track of where I was going with that, but oh yeah, here we go. Okay, plans still with everyone got granted. Pop argued Link the company should still stay with the Branch family since it was Root Tree name. Not even sure Clancy would have wanted it. That's who volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach, even though his surname doesn't match the candy. Particular views when it came to Zachariah Morton. How the fuck can you be a CEO or a president of a company and not have anything? Maybe I'm misspelling it. Not be making any changes. 1959, there's a small blurb about Zach Morton, son of James and Gwendolyn Morton. Firstborn son of the first 5 piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to them. Let's see if it ever came up. Take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. And I'm next oldest of us all. But he just laughed. Angie's older than Zach. Angie's older than Zach. Angie's older than Zach. Angelica. Zach. Angie's older than Zach. Zach Morton. He was the second president. Don't know who he's married to, but this is Angelica Morton. Angelica Morton. Okay, that makes way more sense. I really want to... Jesus Christ. Large number of curse signatures. Carl's a teenager in the middle. On the back of the photo, it says November. I wish it was from left to right, because then it would be so easy to figure out who the fuck is who. Bonnie. Who the fuck is Bonnie? Let's just track down one person at a time. Next president, Guy Hudson. Wait, hang on. Twin sister. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes to Root Tree snacks. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Now Guy has taken over the Root Tree company at the end of the year. Who would have known that one of the two adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher. Angie and Christopher. If his name is Guy Hudson, his dad's name is Christopher Hudson. Christopher Hudson. Guy credits his mother, father, Angie, and Christopher Hudson. One of these people, twin sister, bam. Christopher Hudson. Angie is older than Zach. Angie and Christopher Hudson. Her surname is Morden. She took her husband's name, Hudson. This is Guy Hudson. He is the third president. Guy's uncle and current president, Zachariah, bam, had decided to take on an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect a life well lived." Clara Lansing. Okay, now, how the fuck did we tell who was who? How did, okay, that's Miracle the Third, I believe. Miracle Jr. and Miracle the Third. I'm like, Voidy, what is up? How's it going? Eli. Ernie Jr. Okay, Eli M. Wait. One of these motherfuckers over here. Eli M or Eli C? Eli M or Eli C? Eli M or Eli C? I couldn't figure out who was who. I couldn't figure out who was who in the thing. Fuck. Eli M was from the 70s. Current president, guys, new to the business. And he goes, yeah, so this game is called The Root Trees Are Dead, and basically it's a whole game about figuring out all the fucking things about this family tree, all the dirty little secrets, and then figuring out who is who. And it is getting Well, I mean, it started out slightly complicated. It has gotten way more complicated. Okay, Guy Hudson. Jim Rootry. Okay, so that's Jim Rootry. I'm assuming it looks like him. Or is that Carl? Caroline, Gwyneth. Oh, Carl. That's Carl. Shit. No, Carl is the one in the middle. Older than him. Clark, Carl, Eli M. It's really hard to figure out who is who here. So that's Eli M. I can't remember how I tracked down. Ah, here we go. Okay. Wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left. Okay. So these four, right here. These are the four right here where she's related. Now, this is James Rootry. Eli M and Eli C. Do you think they would be father and son? Miss Morton and Gwendolyn. Because if that's the case, I'm assuming that would be him. Because on this picture, he's quite a bit, well, I mean, he's a bit older. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the four of us stand together. That's them. One of these looks like Pop's, which would be Clancy. Hang on. Pop's is Clancy Edward, which means bam, 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 over here. That's Eli C. That's one of the Eli's. Because that's Eli M. Okay, now. If Nope. Eli M. Rootry. Delias M. Okay. Now. Wow. Hate to this, but need to sleep. I know that you've jumped in. I'll jump in more often. Have a good night. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate you. Have a good night. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day. Focus on the positive, disregard the negative, and keep being awesome. Unknown occupation. Okay, hold up. No. Wait, I know. I remember. Clancy Sawyer saw Sam working on the farms. EC and John used to drive past. Eli, Miracle's youngest and not my brother. even chimed in. Apparently, he was riding his mini bike. Unless God damn it. Good night, Jay Wolf. And good night, Scar. Okay. Offhandedly mentions relative appearing in the publication. I literally just found that. What was her fucking name? When Wootwee. Good night, Aslap. Was often in Starlet. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce in 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she was announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Others mentioned the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs, but left her heartbroken. There's also an interview from earlier in mid-1957. Hey, quick question. What time's... I know, Ducky. Thank you. He was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottree has power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one, but Wild, combined with the alliteration Williams, is incredibly memorable. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider the Starlink exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottree for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lean the alliteration. That's how we'll both for the next generation. She was married to a guy. Williams is nowhere on the list. Bill is nowhere on the list. Walter Forsythe. Bam. Under his real name, Walter Forsythe. Wait, what did that just say? Who the fuck is Linus Cornwall? Shit. Okay. Second interview, although it doesn't mention her by name, you determine for context is talking about Gwen Rutry. An apology to all the ladies I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it, that son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing it wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh though. I met someone, spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife, but even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Okay, so we figured out Forsythe. She didn't take his name. However, she found a way to pay homage to Rutry and Forsythe with the kid's name. Huh. I don't know. Whoa. Okay. Clancy Edward. Robert, Ronald, Samantha, Tessa, Jack, Clancy Jr. My cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president. After all, his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwen is Gwen. Next year, free spirits. They'd all end up on the street. Even Clark. Even Clark. Even Clark. The free spirits. I don't know if this is accurate, and I'm going to take it down. Okay, now I got to search for Swashbuckle My Heart from the public library. From author Lauren. Maybe it was written under her, shit. There was... Books published. What was her pen name? It wasn't Root Tree. Her mother's family was called the Cossos. COSS. Oop, bam. Figured out that one. Patch. No, that was the chick that wrote the steamy Patricia Christensen. Lauren Root Tree. Book Between Wars, famous authors. Lauren Rafferty. Public Library. RAFFE. No copies available. Re-released as X marks the spot. Okay. Copy. Paste. You motherfuckers. You fucking Clark. Lauren Rucci's diary. God sake, Danielle's one. Come on. Based on the pirate stories I used to invent when Jacob and we were out walking the woods in the winter. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Okay, so that is Clark Rafferty. Don't know. Oh, good call. Good call. Hang on. Book title. Lauren. You got it, Scar. According to the back of the book, a buried treasure Root Tree from the author of the Court series. It also says to keep an eye out for Lauren Root Tree's next book. Holy shit! This is a version of Lauren Root Tree's diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event happened between releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects: the death of Elias. The summary of a fallout has been added to your notes as well as some other select pages. Hello? Ah. Okay. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Rootry had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha. Samantha Rootry. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retained the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Samantha. She had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. How are they? Hang on. Patricia, the daughter of the local steel mogul, and Eli Jr., harbored a secret romance at the age of 16. She became pregnant. After the birth, her father refused to let Eli Jr. see her ever again. Her baby Samantha was sent to the Rootrys. Elias hid her away at the local farmhand known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that, almost. None of the next gen had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy history. Whoopsie doodle. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally remarried, Eli decided Sam should have been a Rootry in the first place, even though she was not part of the Clancy Trust. He wanted to include her in the family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. That's Sam. This is a page of additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It's a companion piece to the entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Rootry. All my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have even been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It's been a long, long time since any real Rootry was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has a green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Gwyneth and... Hang on. Gwyneth and Ernie Jr. Ernie. Ernest. Okay. This is where the Madsons come in. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring out all this myself. Sam is a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course. I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Rootry for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect That's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. Gotcha. I'm not sure Sam would ever forgive Uncle Junior, Patsy, for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive him either. But even so, she seems to blame more than just two of us. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. So the Five Pieces knew the entire time. The next gens were surprised by all this information that she's actually a Rutri. The rest of the next gens were surprised. And then, wow. Okay, so EC. Confirmed bachelor. Yeah, quote unquote. Okay, so we have Walter Forsythe is with Gwen. Carl Rutri still need to figure out who he is. Now, okay, I want to see who EC is. And he's different. Cornwall Linus. It's not EC. Edith Jacobson. Nope. Kellogg. LaRue Kim. Helen Lennon. That's Ernest Madsen Jr. That's one of the kids down here. Joan Quadrich April. Chris Rafferty. Clancy Edward Rutri. Nope. Rutri Clancy Jr. Elias C. Give me the picture. Elias C. How does he fit in the picture, though? He's got to be the son. He's got to fit in with the free spirits. Preacher, mechanic. These were all people that went different directions than the Rutri. I know, James. I know. These were all people that went different directions than the entire family. Why are these surrounded in red? These are Gwen's two sons. Let's keep reading. Sam was a Rutri, blah, 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 blah. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day in, day out. Oops. Nope, wrong one. Okay, back over here. Samantha. So these are Madsens. This is Ernie Jr. Madsen. Ernest Jr. This is the other Madsen. Gwyneth. Which means Gwyneth has a green thumb of her mother. Which means the daughter, this is the daughter, which would be, where the fuck did it go? Nicole. I don't remember where I fucking saw the goddamn Nicole. Picture. Hudson, Ernie Jr. I really need to start being able to mark these down. Bonnie, next president, Guy Hudson. I really wish I could figure out who the fuck that is. Guy Hudson, bam. He's somewhere in this fucking picture. Yeah, that. So if they're circled in yellow, they've been correctly identified. Gwyneth M. Okay, so here's the thing. I have a picture of Gwyneth M, Gwyneth Madsen, Ernest Jr. I just don't know who is who. You think this is Nicole is attached to Miracle the Third? That's right. He's married to Nicole Smith. That's right. Miracle the Third preacher married to Nicole Smith. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Ernie has chaps on. How? Are you sure? How do you know? You're talking about this dude, right? The dude in the beige button down. Well, actually, that would make sense. Okay, so if that's his, they kind of look like siblings. If that's his sister and she's pissed off at, where is it? I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive his Uncle Junior abandoning that life. However, so never again. But even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problem with us next gems, but she has a palpable hatred of the five pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Is she in that picture? She is not. Wait. Oh, she's in this picture. She's in this picture. Grandma insisted we include Sam. Sam. This is Sam. Black hair, green eyes. Hang on. Met or heard of Patricia. She replied past yes. Most ashamed not figuring out Sam spiriting the image of Patsy with a jet black hair and green eyes. Bam. Jet black hair and green eyes. Which means her kids have a high chance of wrong picture. Yeah, maybe not. Why does everyone have fucking brown or blonde hair? Wait, who the fuck is this? Yeah. You're not wrong. So, okay, let's dig into I want to know more about Bonnie. Whoever this Bonnie Bonnie Hudson is either a child of Guy Hudson, or more likely, a child of Hudson Christopher and Angelica Morden. Periodicals, Business Watch, we're going to switch to Butler County Times. Okay. Okay. Nope. All right, not enough information to figure out who she's connected to. Wasn't there something about... That's his son, obviously. Maybe. He's technically a 5-piece. Bam, 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 bam. That's Miracle Jr. Because that's why the age is so fucked up. That's why the age is so fucked up. Because Miracle was so young compared to his brothers and sisters. Okay, so that's Miracle, the Miracle Jr. That's part of the 5-piece. I don't know who the fuck this is. This is her brothers and sisters. Sam, her brothers and sisters, whoever the fuck this is. Is that Grandma? Could be Grandma. She looks a bit older than the rest of them. It is Grandma. That is Grandma. Maybe it's not Grandma. Because she doesn't have an extra fucking place for a photo. All right. Back to the blah, blah, blah. She doesn't have the thick glasses. Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. Her children have that covered. Her children have that covered. Samantha's children have that covered. Samantha's children have that covered. Ernie Jr. Gwyneth Madsen. Ernie Jr., Gwyneth Madsen. That leaves Gwendolyn, Carolyn, Bonnie, that's either that is Guy or that is Guy Hudson. I'm assuming this is Guy Hudson. Because I think this is Carl. No, that's Carl. Clark? Who the fuck is... Oh, my God. Sam with the Uncle Junior. Okay, next page. This is a page of additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It is a companion piece to the entry about her son, Clark. Hi, Clark. Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No root tree has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet, but neither of us ever took a second husband. It might be my AC. It might be my AC. I have my AC running and my fan running. With the way the world is moving, I guess it's inevitable in this family someone would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Okay, so her brothers. This is Lauren's diary we're currently reading. Clancy Jr. Eli stand all the way to the left since he looked at me a lot. Popped in the old one. That's Pop. That's Clancy Edward. I don't know if these are right. We're just going to leave it for right now. And once we get more details, we'll be able to visit her brothers. And then she's got one more brother. Bam. who is also there's something interesting about this picture. Why is this kid mad dogging this dude? Like, isn't that what it looks like? Since it's Junior, wouldn't be the other way around. You think switch the... You're right. You're right, because would be the first son. And that would make sense because one of these is Elias M. Which... Didn't she say something in her previous diary? I'll never forget the cuss word Pops used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick wizard, at least with the catty remarks, countered back. Maybe they wanted to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Could that be? Could that be Guy Hudson? Or would that be Zachariah Morton? It'd be Zachariah Morton. That would be Zachariah. Damn. Holy shit. Damn. Okay. Apparently, Samantha Rutry was not a housewife. Okay. We just locked in a whole bunch of information. He wasn't advertising. That was the lady he cheated on, which would also be the the picture would be of... Oh, okay, so that makes sense. Would be of that chick. That's the sister to Diamond LaRue. Wait, so who was his first wife? Okay, so these won't be solidified until we get their occupation. However, comma, we did solidify that's the second president. That's her husband. Okay, we're getting some stuff. Okay. Yeah, it's about Reading's book. I get deja vu. Whoever likes married again. Rutry is ever married. Cheryl lost Jacob. Went divorced Wild Bill. Before that, it's seen as Starlet, but never. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped more than I can say for Clancy or Edward. 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 Edward. Edward Rootry. It's gotta be her brothers. She's talking about her brothers. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Wow, that worked out. You're right. You're right. Clancy Jr. is direct descendant. Eli C. is the father of Jim Rootry. Eli's marriage seems fine and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended. Who knows what causes these things? I suspect that he's marrying Jane. He's marrying Jane to keep her from running out of the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio, but still, I don't think a marriage in such a shaky foundation like that can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. Okay, so bam, Jane LaRue, that was his second marriage. Who was his first marriage? We need more information about her brothers. And then I can lock in those three. Because, well, I know this one's right. I'm pretty sure this one's right. And I have no idea on this one. This is a page from blah, 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 addresses feedback. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it. There are 4 Elis for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone would say I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they became Uncle Jr., Miracle's Eli, or Eli C. Oh, shit. Hang on. Okay. Elias Jr., that's Uncle Eli. Elias C., that's her brother. Miracle's Eli. Wait, what? Is there another? Did I miss a? Fuck, there is. Well, that's where the other Eli is. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Our family names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and grandmother, Gwen's father, were named Edward and Clancy, so now you see where our pop's name came from. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone named a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. Fuck. Miracle, Clancy. Oh, Eli Jr., first son. Okay, so okay. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Carolyn, who was Elias's mother. Gwendolyn. Wait, what? Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Carolyn. Women's names get all mixed up generations. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of Junior. So if you read my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Rootry. Ow. They got my father's name backwards. Okay. Fun bonus. Apparently, this is the first thing she could find she ever wrote. She knows it for a school assignment about anger. She believes, based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town. She hugged him. When I told her he was my pa, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her and Pa and said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing, so I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away, told me don't worry, I'm glad she is gone. That was... bam. Okay. Oh, Mr. Duck. Interview tree from 1984. The issue also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. In an interview, Rain talks about her inspirations. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. He always taught me that history is full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Rootry family families for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends told me they had to read in school. I took his advice, and now I work with my mom designing clothing. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model. Then she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandpa passed away early this year, Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we managed to accomplish. Oh, no, I'm going to do it, Control. I'm going to do it, Control. Result for the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start first at her famously raunchy recipe cheese routine 80s TV star Brother Terrible. Yeah, it's 16 minutes. DCB by his teenage fans. Appeared in a few straight-to-VH movies. Doesn't seem to be associated. Tommy Mark Sheridan. Why I recognize that name from somewhere. I recognize that name from somewhere and I don't know where. Hang on. Why is she listed? Jack Rootery. Who is she married to? Thomas Sheridan, he's the husband. I'm saying it because it was 69. Valid, completely valid. Thomas Sheridan. Thomas Sheridan. Wait. She's a single mother. Please. How is she related to the? Birth of her first child, but she retired for the birth of her first child, still makes yearly appearances as a fundraiser, doing more family-friendly material. Jack watching one of his mothers. Penelope Tessa Green. How the fuck does she fit? He especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. Brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. Brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. Wilson. Jason Wilson, Stephen Wilson, Zach Wilson. Let's go with Jason first. Dr. Stephen Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there is a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one apparently found a way to game the search results as he pops up top every time. His website claims that he is the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was a doctor to the Rootry sisters. There's a picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to the evidence. There's also a quote that says that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. That's not terrifying at all. Pediatrician to the stars. Oh, that's terrifying. Yo, the only person with 3 kids. Yeah, I didn't think that would pop up anything. All right. The only thing I can figure is if he's on the board, that's where he's at. Jason Wilson. It's credited to Jason Wilson. Nope. Oh, Mr. Duck. Oh, shit. Jones. Graphic print company that, according to their website, have existed in Butler County for some time. Website seems fancy. It even has frames. Website lists address, hours, and a few examples of client. Type of work done for each. Stephanie Jones campaign. Tree Candy Company, Butler. Tree Motors. Yep. Okay. Read the take it over for other. Brian seems not allowed to go waste marketing opportunity interview. I've been in and out of the shop the whole my life. Father taught me everything I know. Comes to getting the job done right and getting it quick. Been printing a staple of Butler County for years. Even the Butler County Times uses us for the coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way. But still, whether you're a new client or one of the regulars, nothing will change. Come on down to the best price of bulk printing anywhere in Pennsylvania. Okay, hang on. Moidy. Used to be called Wilkins Motors. An ad for Rotary Motors is run in every week Butler County Times for many years, but recently has changed to include a picture. 3 different unique versions of the ad have been added to your evidence. (1974 to 1977) advertises the former name of the Rotary Motors, Wilkins Motors. Wilkins Motors is still the same family business, but has joined the Rotary family. May have a new name, but we promise we're still the same family business. All that's different is joined a sweeter family. Local family mechanic. Local family mechanic for all the Tessa Rutry. What was her name? 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 It was what was the name of her? Hang on. Penelope something. Penelope Tessa Green. Penelope Tessa Green. Fucking, I'm so fucked up now. Tessa Rutry. Can I copy this? Yes, I can. Okay, we're just gonna, fucking, hang on, my brain is not computing how she's connected. How is she connected? She's a Rutry, so she's not from a Morden. That's in Gwyneth. 1977 to 1974. She's not from James. Rutry Grin. Business just changed. It was Wilkins Motors. You don't feel that the older ads are relevant, though why the name would have changed might be. There are a lot of old newspaper ads for Wilkins Motors. The most recent mention you can find is mentions that change their name to Burly Motors. I'm wondering if it's him. Or him. Wait. Wait. That looks an awful that looks an awful lot like a mechanic, don't you think? Oh, Mr. Duck. Conspiracy says I know. Okay, we Burly Motors, Brian Jones, Carolyn. There's your brother Trouble. That's marks the spot. Rotary Curse, there it is. Yeah, but it was from the history. It's what we've already written. Wilkins. Okay. The car on bridge, the guy's car by a drunk driver in 1982, then early Madison. The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997 on order that lists the author's email address. Below a bunch of GIFs that say under construction. There are a few art pieces. First is a painting captioned me and my fiance, Lulu. Painting I did from first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married in May. There's an odd collage called Cousins, which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose, so I had to get creative and use only my third cousins. This includes Davy, he swims for Yukon, and Bethany's yearbook picture, she's Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who is an only child. This artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousins photo will still need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application, Pixpop, to edit the photos." Jesus Christ. Okay. Portfolio student Chris Rafferty. Fiance Lulu. Jesus Christ. Ow, this hurts my brain. What? Oh. Wow, that was fucked up. Oh, this is painful. I don't like it. I don't like this. I don't. This hurts my brain. And I don't like it. Holy shit, that hurt. Ah. Okay. What, Duck? No, I'm fucking doing this now, you bitch. Hey. Oh, my brain. Ow, my brain. Ow, my brain. This hurts. This is unpleasant. I don't know how this piece fits. And I don't like that it's just chilling somewhere. Oh, that's right, because I can't just... Oh, God. Hang on. How am I going to do this? Oh, that is not right. Holy shit, that worked. I can't believe that fucking worked. Ah, it goes right there. Got it. You motherfucker. That hurt. That was painful. That was painful is what it is. Jesus. Davy swims, Bethany's yearbook picture, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Chris Rafferty's cousins. Chris Rafferty's cousins. Clark Rafferty. Chris Rafferty's it's got to be these. These have got to be his cousins. It's not Dave. Kellogg? Huh? What the fuck? Chris Rafferty's project set to include he swims for Yukon, Bethany, David, Stephanie. Okay, hang on. Wrong. Where the fuck did Kellogg come from? And Catrall. Okay. If it's a Rafferty, Clark Rafferty, this has to be Chris Rafferty. Okay, hang on. Just stick with me here. Stick with me here. Chris Rafferty, fiance Lulu. Okay, so stick with me. Stick with me. This is Chris Rafferty. Bam. Which is this fuck knuckle. Unknown name. Lulu? Okay. Now, third cousins. Okay? Third cousins. I don't know what his fucking occupation is. Who the fuck knows? Oh, fucking idiot. Chris's artwork has been the art of Rafferty. Let's yeah. Chris Rafferty asking to take us down fake proof. Okay. Okay, if the third cousins, he's a photographer or a painter. Pro athlete, professor, public speaker, pilot. How about artist? We'll go with artist. Artist sounds good. Okay. Okay. Now. These had to be Kellogg kids. Because, hang on, okay. Bethany, David III, David IV. Okay, if Morden, Mark Landon, and obviously they split up. Lansing Clara, Hudson, Guy Hudson, third president. Okay, okay. Okay, so this guy has to be... No. That's Kellogg David III. Whoever this is a female because she didn't take Morden name. Which means one of these motherfuckers is Kellogg David IV. Yeah. Which also means Davy. No, wait. Hang on. Yes. Okay. Davy, he swims for Yukon. Bethany's yearbook picture. Because Bethany is Bethany is another Kellogg. Bam. Yearbook picture. Fucking that one. This dude is the swimmer. Yeah, unknown occupation. He's a pro athlete. I don't know. Okay. Which means we're missing a Kellogg. I don't think this is right. I don't think this is right. Because we're missing a Kellogg somewhere. But somewhere in the line... Found it. Root tree. Gwyn. Found it. Nope. Found it. They're... Okay. She had twins. Gwyn Rutry had twins. Gwyn Rutry had twins. One of them was a daughter. The daughter married this fuckface, this guy. Okay. I'm going up a tree, and I don't know if it's the right tree in the wrong forest. I'm just going. However, comma, that's the only way this would track. Okay. Bam. Swimming dude. Bam. He is Kellogg the fourth. This is Bethany. Bam. And high school yearbook photo somewhere. Bam. Okay. Then that would mean this guy is David the Third. Holy shit. Now we have to figure out the fucking twins. Oh, Stephanie. You're right. Hang on. Stephanie, who is an only child. Stephanie. Which is this bitch. And for her to be a third cousin, she's got to be on this line, which means she's a child of... What's the Stephanie? So means she could be this one. She could be one of these three. I'm assuming she's this one. It's the only thing that makes sense. Wait, hang on. Glasses and jet black hair. That's gotta be... They actually look very similar. That's the only thing that makes sense. Okay. We need to figure out Gwyn's twins. Which, hang on, hangy. Nope. Zach. Mostly Shane Passy didn't figure it out. Okay, this has to do with a lot. When divorced, Wild Bill's second. No, that's wrong. Gwyn had two sons. Obviously at different times. There was twins. There was twins somewhere in the line. That might have been the twins. There was twins somewhere. But Gwyn had two sons. One was Shabam. One was Shabam. And I don't know their names. This is wrong. Unless they took their wives' names, which is completely possible. But she broke up with, well, what was Wild Bill. They split. But, okay. So, back to Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Bam. The way the world's moving. Okay, so we have more people. Yeah, that I don't know if that guy weighs into it. Unless this is the Dr. Wilson dude with his 3 kids and they're like creepy ass. Yeah, well, whatever. That's the dude that is the advertiser. On the back of the photo in childish print writing, it says November. Okay. Why do I recognize that name? November Rootry. It's not a month, it's a name. It's not a month, it's a name. It's not a month, it's a name. Yeah, I got her. I got her, dude. I didn't think of that. I know. I'm just. Holy shit. This fucking game has sucked me in, and I can't leave it alone, and I am going to be obsessing over that in I don't know how long. Anyways, you guys have a good rest of your night. Thank you so much for stopping in and hanging out as long as you did. I appreciate you. I will figure out the choppiness with my webcam as soon as possible, hopefully tomorrow. Well, yeah, I am digging these puzzle games. I'm digging this whole genre of games. I had no idea these existed. Yeah, it's a good time. You guys have a good rest of your night. I will get some sleep. I will talk to you in a few hours. Bye. As always, you know how I like to leave you with my 2 rules. Rule number 1, don't sweat the small stuff. Rule number 2, everything is small stuff. Every day is a new opportunity to do better than you did yesterday. Try to take advantage of it. It's not always easy. It's not always fun, but you only find what you look for. And if all you ever look for is the bad shit, that's all you're ever going to find. Focus on the positive, disregard the negative. Your life will start to get better simply because you have changed your perspective of your reality. It's not going to be tomorrow and the next day, but eventually you will find it has gotten better. Promise you, as long as you keep on pushing forward. Thank you so much for your time, attention, and patronage. I appreciate each and every one of you, but I need you to do me a favor. Take care of yourselves. Eat good food, drink water, take your meds, and get some rest when you need it. But on top of that, take care of your mental health, which is just as important. Find time to de-stress, decompress, and drop some of that baggage you've been carrying around. Get lost in a movie, a book, a TV show, whatever you need to do, but do something for you. Because you are valid, you are important, and you matter. Even if you don't think you matter to anyone else, you matter to us. We want to see you back here. Please take care of yourselves. Thank you for being a part of this community. Have a good night, and tomorrow, try to have a nice day.
I did it again. I play with... You restart! Fucking cat! God!
Hang on, I'm gonna get away from this landmine. Oh God, vulture! No, no, vulture! Fuck off! Ha! I lived. Am I a basic white bitch? Fuck it, I am. Rawr. Dick spur. Gotta... Jesus Christ on a...
No, I need